hello, everybody. Welcome to Vinyl Treasures. I'm your host, Johnny G. John Galindo, coming to you live each and every Saturday, only here on YouTube. I apologize for being late. I have to admit, I was looking for requests till 4 a.m. in the morning last night because I couldn't find, I'll tell you what they are, I couldn't find 3 of the requests for tonight. So one of them I replaced, and the other 2 are going to have to wait till next time. But anyway, welcome to the March 11th, 2023 Vinyl Treasure Show. It's our 50s and early 60s edition. Got a whole bunch of requests for tonight, so you have to bear with me here, and I'm really not prepared for tonight, unfortunately, but I want to play my records because this is really the only time I can listen to my stuff, and you can listen along with me. So stick around from 9 to midnight Eastern time, and remember, you're going to lose an hour's sleep tonight, so I'm going to try not to go that much OT. I cut down about 7 records. So anyway, we opened up tonight's, and to tell you, we opened up with a flip side from last week. We opened up tonight's 50s edition with the flip side from last week on Larry Newton's Derby record label. I played Hot Ice for listener Big Dave Swinger, a tenor saxophonist, Freddie Mitchell and his orchestra. The flip was called Jersey Bounce, a pretty cool flip side, I'd say, from November 1951. That's his 19th of 21 on the Derby label. And that one there from November 51, Freddie Mitchell and the orchestra on the Derby label. Jersey Bounce is the name of the tune. John G going to bounce along here. Let's open up the vocal portion. I added this record, and I wish I had it in better shape. And I think Braden has a 78 of this, if I'm not mistaken. I'm jealous of you, Braden. Let's open up the vocal portion with this great group out of Brooklyn, New York. This is their second release on Hiram Johnson's Johnson record label. Their first would later on, a second time around, become their biggest hit. In 1960. You know the song Baby Oh Baby. That first came out in 1957, late 1957. So this was the follow-up to the first issue of Baby Oh Baby. It features Nathaniel Bouknight on lead. This is from 1958. These are the Shells on the Johnson label. It's called Pleading No More.
Darling, you know I really love you so well. Never let you go, but I can't be pleading no more. I really need you. I want you now. I want you for the rest of my life, but I can't be. No, I can't be. No more, baby. Want you take my hand and you say that I can know love a man and you for me and me for you. That's the way it will always be, darling. You know I really love you so much. Never let you go on, but I can't be pleading no more. Baby, want you take my hand and say that I know love of me and you for me and me for you. That's the way it will always be, darling. You know I love you so, I never let you go, but I can't be. No, I can't be pleading no more.
That's the sound of the Shells to open up the vocal port with surface noise and all there. Nathaniel Bouknight on lead, the Shells. That's their second release on Hiram Johnson's Johnson record label, 1958, Pleading No More. Goldner put that out after this. According, who did it? I think it was Louis Silvani said the first presses of this on Johnson came out on Juanita. It's got to be really rare on Goldner's Juanita record label, but first presses on Johnson. I have 2 copies of this, trying to upgrade this record. I tried it another time, but I got way outbid. But I will be looking to upgrade that soon when I get my pension money in September. I started, starting to inquire about that, Let's continue here on the Vinyltreasure show. After Jimmy Jones left the Sparks of Rhythm, they recorded for the Apollo label, he formed a new group and he signed with Herman Lubinsky's Savoy label. And they appropriately, maybe it was, I don't know if it was Jimmy or it was the label owner, but they came up with the name Savoys, named after the label, of course. But they had one recording session, I think in early February of 1956, and this 45 was released that April. And although it credits Jimmy Jones as the writer, the song was really written by Joe Duncan, head of the Vocaliers, as they actually recorded this. Recorded not this specific song at this speed, but they recorded this song in March of '53, but they never released it. It might have come out on a CD. I'm not sure if there is a Vocaliers CD out there, but the song was first called "You're Fine." So. The Savoys went into the studio to record it. They changed the name. They called it Say Your Mind. This is from April 58. It's Jimmy Jones and the Savoys on the Savoy label. And we'll send this one out to Frank Cassie. I think he mentioned in one of the shows that he liked this tune. The song is called Say Your Mind, Jimmy Jones and the Savoys.
Boom, 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 boom. Do my ba, skidly, do my ba, do my ba, skidly, do my ba, do my ba, skidly, do,
If you ever leave me, dear, for you I cry, for you I die. Just once say you're mine, don't go, because I love you so. You never know, you're fine 'cause you're mine. I love you, I do. I can't say with you. Oh, please don't go, 'cause I love you so. Oh, my dear, you're as sweet as can be. Never ever leave, you belong to me.
bo bo bum bum better better better. Do my ba, do my ba, skilly do my ba, do my ba, skilly do my ba, do my ba, skilly do.
If you ever leave me, dear, for you I cry, for you I die. Just once say you're mine, don't go, because I love you so. You never know, you're fine 'cause you're mine. My heart is a flame, baby, when you're near. It's when you leave, the flame disappears. Oh, my dear, you're sweet as can be. Never ever leave, you belong to me. You're fine.
There you go. That's Jimmy Jones and the Savoys, their April 1956 release. It's on Herman Lubinsky's Savoy record label. The Savoy is on Savoy. It's called Say Your Mind. And by the time Duncan found out about his Jimmy Jones getting the credit on his song, it really nothing that he can do about it. He was in the service at the time, and he said, your song has been recorded by Jimmy Jones, and he's getting writer credit. So he really couldn't do anything about it, but Lubinsky would re-release this song in 1960 because Jimmy Jones was having hits on on the Cub record label with Handyman and Good Timin'. Had some pretty nice records on the Cub record labels, but what Lubinsky did, I don't think he made the record better, but he added instrumentation to it. So if you're going to buy this 45, and it's really not that expensive, there used to be tons of copies out there when somebody got into that. I forget who was selling it. They were even selling on eBay. I forget the guy who got into the Savoy warehouse, like the great-grandson or something. But the true first press is on 1188, Savoy 1188. But then in 1960, we'll just play a little bit because they added instrumentation to it. So we'll play a little bit. You tell me if you like this version better, because they said, well, let's put this one out in 1960. Maybe the kids will buy it. They'll think that's a Jimmy Jones. And I think it says, and they changed, instead of the Savoys, it's Jimmy Jones in the Savoy. So, these record owners, they tried to capitalize as much as they can. But I'll play a little bit of this with the added instrumentation. Listen.
Boom, 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 boom.
If you ever leave me, dear, for you I cry, for you I die. Just once say you're mine, don't go, because I love you so. How much you never know. Just once say you're mine, I love you, I do. I can't say what you do.
Well, there you go. That's the added instrumentation, so take your pick. You can buy it. You can check it out if you're looking for the original. It's 1188, the first time Savoy, and that one came out in, what did I say? It was April of 1956, or I think in 1960 it was re-released on 1586 Savoy, so take your pick. I prefer the first one, that's what I say. Anyway, let's continue here on the Vinyl Treasure Show. We count down the music chronologically here on the 50s, early 60s edition, all requests from here on in, and this one dates back to July of 1951, and it's a request for Mike Sape. He wants to send this one out to Jimmy Amato in our YouTube chat, and also Mike Sape also in the YouTube chat room. And I love this record. This is not a cheap record. I was surprised that Spence offered me this 45. I think a couple people were kind of upset that he offered it to me and not them. But this group began recording for Columbia back in 1949. They have releases on other labels like OK and Groove and Grand. But this is probably their most sought after 45. I would consider it. Marvin, wouldn't you consider this their rarest record? I'd say it is. It's Chris Powell and the Five Blue Flames. Now, Chris Powell, he was really the band leader for this group. He actually played the drums, and it says on the label, you probably didn't see it. I mean, maybe this it didn't focus. It doesn't focus that well, this new webcam that Barbara bought me. But it says on the label that the vocal chorus is by Johnny Echo. And maybe they called it Echo because it sounds like an echo, but it's really not Johnny Echo. His name is Johnny Leak, L-E-A-K. He's actually singing, but there's another voice that comes in. People thought it was Chris Powell. It's not. The deep voice that comes in is that of the pianist of the group. His name is Harold Duke Wells. So this is a requested by Mike Sape in our YouTube chat room. He's sending it out to Jimmy Amato, also in our chat room, from July 51. Chris Powell and the Five Blue Flames on the Columbia label. It's a nice vinyl press. That's how I like it. It's called My Love Has Gone.
Now inside just to sit her beg for a cent. I treated you bad, now I'm sorry and sad. Things are coming back like you said they would. My love has gone and I'm alone. Yeah, my love has gone and I'm alone.
There you go, July 1951. That's a nice sound there by Chris Powell and the Five Blue Flames. It's on the Columbia record banner, My Love Has Gone. It sounds like a gal there. No, it's not. It's a male. His real name is Johnny Leak. It says on the label Johnny Echo, and that's by request. For Mike Sape, that's going out, sending that out, dedicated to Jimmy Amato. Let's continue here on the Vinyl Treasure Show, and let's move into 1952 now. Now, on last week's show, I played a request for listener Daniel Kubacki, and this week, he requested the flip side. The group out of Harlem, New York, they're known as the Checkers. I played their second release last week for Daniel. Great tune called Night's Curtains. Let's give a spin to the flip side. This is going out to Daniel Kubacki in our YouTube chat room. It features the bass lead again, Bill Brown on lead, written by Henry Glover. Excuse the surface noise. Whoever owned this record never played the other side, which I prefer. But this is a cool up-tempo. It's for Daniel, November 52, The Checkers on King. It's called Let Me Come Back.
I want to come back to you, baby, where I belong. Well, I want to come back, 'cause I know I've done you wrong. I've cheated, I've lied, I know how much you have cried. Let me come back where I belong. Let me come back to you, baby, where I belong. Let me come back, and I'll never do you wrong. I know that's a low down shame, the way I did you on today. Let me come back where I belong. I've had a little talk with my own self. I know there can't be no one else. I'm sorry, baby, 'cause I know I've done you wrong. Let me come back where I belong. Move it, move, move. Your home, so sure you'll wait, and now I hope it's not too late. Have mercy, mercy, baby, 'cause I know I've done you wrong. Let me come back where I belong. I want to come back to you, baby, where I belong. Well, I want to come back, 'cause I never did you wrong. I have cheated, have lied, I know how much you have cried. Let me come back where I belong. Let me come back where I belong.
See, that is jukeware on that record is what it is, but I like the other side better. That's what I say. But anyway, that's for Daniel Kubacki. That's Bill Brown on lead with the Checkers, November 1952 release. On Sid Nathan's King record label, Let Me Come Back is the name of the tune. We stay in 1952 with this request for Big Dave Swinger. This gal born in Winston-Salem, North Carolina, first recording for the Big Nickel label, but she signed with Larry Newton's Derby label out of New York City to have 6 releases. This was her last, but one of the first, and she's probably one of the first to record this song. This tune written by Dorothy and Frank Daniels. This was actually a #1 record on WPEN in Philadelphia, PA. Her name is Betty McLaurin, and she's being backed up by the Striders. The Striders are backing her up on this. It's going out to Big Dave Swinger. I found this in the wild for 5 cents. Can't go wrong buying records like this for 5 cents. July 52, Betty McLaurin and the Striders on the Derby label for Big Dave Swinger in our YouTube chat room. And the tune, My Heart Belongs to Only You.
My heart belongs to only you. I've never loved as I love you. You set a flame within me burning, a flame to stay within me yearning. It's just for you I want to live. It's just to you my heart I give. I'll always be your slave, my darling, through the coming years. There were some times when I was doubtful of this new love affair, but now my mind is no more doubtful. I found my heaven with the help of a prayer. You are the song within my soul, a melody that can't grow old. I've known for long my heart belongs to only you.
My heart belongs to only you. I've never loved as I love you.
You've set a flame within me burning, a flame to stay within me yearning. You are the song within my soul, a melody that can't grow old. I've known for long my heart belongs to only you.
As going out to Big Dave Swinger in our YouTube chat room, Betty McLaurin and the Striders. That's on the Derby label. That's a Derby that plays pretty nice. Not like my four fellows. My Heart Belongs to Only You. Now, so many groups and artists have recorded this song. Does anybody know who the most successful version of that song, who had the most successful version of that song as far as a national hit? It was Bobby Vinton, believe it or not, in 1964 on Epic. He had the biggest hit. But anyway, let's continue here. We move into 1953. This is a request for listener Jim Lampley in Texas. A couple of weeks ago, listener Emnon requested this, I guess we'll say this group's first release on Sid Nathan's King record label. Actually, band leader Erskine Hawkins, he gets, and his orchestra get top billing, but the group is called the Four Hawks, and the song I played a couple weeks ago was called My Baby Please. Now, Jim requested their second, written by the lead singer of the group. His name is Jimmy Mitchell, so this is going out to Jim Lampley, December 53, the Four Hawks on the King label. It's called Function at the Junction.
I'm gonna find my tuxedo and get it pressed, 'cause tonight I want to look my best, for there's a function at the junction tonight. I'm gonna call my chick on the line and tell her, please, honey, be on time, for there's a function at the junction tonight. We'll drink some mash and talk some trash until we feel as light as a feather. We'll eat some hash and save some cash so we can steal away together. I don't care if it's rain or shine, I'll be there about 8:45 at the junction for the function tonight. Hucklebuck and the Susie Q, and jump around like a kangaroo. We'll dip and bob, do the whiskey hop until we steal away together. I don't care if it's rain or shine, I'll be there right on time at the junction for the function tonight. At the junction for the function tonight. At the junction.
As by request for Jimmy Mitchell in Texas, that's the sound of the Four Hawks. That's their second release on Sid Nathan's King record label, December 1953 release, Function at the Junction. What are you saying? That's from the 60's, Darrell Letts, is what you're talking about, like on the Soul record label by, what was his name? Shorty Long, I think? Or no, maybe not. Or the Magistrates? I don't know. Johnny G losing his mind here, but hope you're digging on the cool tunes. If you're new to the program and you're just watching Johnny G for the first time on YouTube, please subscribe to my YouTube channel. Click the bell to get notifications. You have to be signed into YouTube. You'll get an email when I am live, so you can just click it and it'll take you right to the program. And normally what I do is after the previous show or the prior show posts, then I go and put an alert out for my next show. So you can actually click that and it'll send you an email also. I don't know what it does. When I come in there, I see you guys chatting about already. But anyway, that's a cool thing. Thank you all for being here tonight and tuned into the program. We are in 1953. Let's go back to Harlem, New York. This is a request for listener Bob Evans in Ohio. By 1953, this group was much older and mature than many of their rivals that formed about this time. But these guys, they were in their late 30s, early 40s by 1953, with a somewhat popish sound, but they could sing all styles of music. Now, their debut 45 was in 1952 on the Red Robin record label. And then they signed with RCA to sing background for two of the artists, I think Big John Greer and also Sonny Gale. But they had their own singles, 4 singles of their own on the RCA record label. Now, Bob requested there first a tune written by the lead singer of the group. His name is Caleb Ginyard. Caleb J.C. Ginyard on lead. This was a big number 3 R&B hit for the group from March 53. This is for Bob Evans, the Dewdroppers on RCA. It's called I Wanna Know.
I wanna know, yes, I wanna know, baby. I wanna know, yes, your daddy wanna know. I wanna know, well, I wanna know what you do round there. I wanna know what you do when you go round there. I wanna know what you do when you go round there. I've been blowing my top, pulling out my hair, trying to get a line on what you do round there. I wanna know what you do when you go round there. Well, you woke up this morning round 3 o'clock, started putting on your clothes, nothing I can say to make you stop. I started to blow my top, say you didn't care. The next thing you said, you had to go round there. Now I wanna know, yeah, yes, I wanna know, well, I wanna know what you do round there. I wanna know what you do when you go round there. Yes, I wanna know what you do when you go round there. I've been blowing my top, pulling out my hair, trying to get a line on what you do round there. I wanna know what you do when you go round there. Said you went to see your girlfriend, I can't understand. You come back with dollar bills sticking all out of your hands. Whatever kind of game you played, you must have played it hard. Blackjack or poker, baby, you must have marked your cards. You come home in a rage, your eyes all red, hair sticking straight up on the top of your head. I ask you what's wrong with your beautiful head of hair. You tell me you got it messed up when you was round there. Now I wanna know, yeah, yes, I wanna know, well, I wanna know what you do round there. I wanna know, yeah, yes, I wanna know, well, I wanna know what you do round there. Tell me, baby, what you do when you go round there.
That's by request for Bob Evans there, the sound of the Dewdroppers, March 1953. That's their first release on the RCA record label, I Wanna Know. They would have 4 more releases on the RCA subsidiary Groove Records. Cool tunes here on a Saturday evening. Up next, a request for Big Dave Swinger. So, Dave, I say you have this, I think you said you mentioned it on your list on the Rockin' label, because this came out on Deluxe too now. It's their debut single, this group out of Cincinnati, Ohio. This was first issued on Henry Stone's Rockin' label. Actually, Rockin' Records was a subsidiary of Sid Nathan's, well, we'll call it King label at the time, because Sid Nathan also owned the Deluxe label, which was at one time active, but he decided, for I don't know, whatever the reason is, he shut it down, and then he would resurrect it again with this single. But so it became the first release on the Deluxe 6000 series. But it first came out, or originally was released, on the Rockin' record label, in which came out in July of 1953. The Deluxe release came out in September of 53. But this is on Henry Stone's Rockin' label, co-written by the lead singer, the great Otis Williams. He's on lead. This is for Big Dave Swinger, the very first release for The Charms, Otis Williams and The Charms, July 1953. Heaven Only Knows.
I've been true to you. You've been unfair. You know it's true. So give my heart a break. I still love you. I love no one but you. You told me this was the end. I want no one but you. Let's start it over again. Heaven only knows how I love you. So be true to me. I've been true to you. I love no one but you. You told me this was the end. I want my arms about you. Let's start it over again. You've been unfair. You know it's true. So give my heart a break. I still love you.
As for Big Dave Swinger, they're the sound of Otis Williams and the Charms. That's their debut single. Came out on the Rockin' record label. Henry Stone managed that. Rockin' Records distributed. It looks just like, this is the pre-deluxe, what it would look like, because it did come out on deluxe too, by the way. July 53, Otis Williams and the Charms with their tune called Heaven Only Knows. Let's stay in 53 with this request for Jim Lampley in Texas. His group is out of New Haven, Connecticut, first recorded for the Lee label in 1949. They had 3 on Lee. I think I have 2 of those 78s, maybe all 3. I haven't really did the inventory yet, but they also recorded for Sittin' In With. I think they had 3 releases on the Sittin' In With label before they signed with Decca in mid-1953. They had 3 releases. Now, Jim requested their first. Features Scott King on lead. I like this song. First time I've ever played it here on the program. This is one I had to look for down in the No Humidity basement. July 53. This is for Jim Lampley, The Shadows on Decca. It's called No Use, parentheses, What's the Use?
Now tell me what's the use? I never stop loving you. What's the use? I just can't stop loving you. Spend my days making my mind up, trying not to wind up crying. I'm a fool to be such a slave this way, when you know the rule is not to behave this way. Why should I let my heart that is just no use. What's the use? I'll never stop loving you. What's the use? I just can't stop loving you. Why should I let my heart run around loose when I know that it's just no
Yeah, that's one you don't hear quite often at all anywhere. You're going to hear it here on the Vinyl Treasure Show. That's for Jim Lampley there, July 1953, The Shadows, with Scott King on lead. No use, parentheses, what's the use? That's their first of three on the deck. I think, let's see, Butch asked me if the flip side. Oh, wait, you're right. The flip side is Stay. There you go. Did you say that, Butch? Did you say that? Yes, you did. Okay. That's one of your kitchen records, Butch. Okay. Sorry to hear that. Johnny G here on a Saturday evening. Let's continue here. And we move into 1954. Now, this is a request for listener Kenny Mack in our YouTube chat room. And this group is out of Detroit, Michigan, recorded for Jesse Carter's SRC record label. Now, this is the B-side to their first of two on SRC. It features Norman McLean on lead. Had to change the needle on this because this record sounds better with a 78 needle. And I got to put it on here because usually when I do this and my turntable's a little too quick, and with the with the skate thing there, I don't want to change it. So let's just give it a spin here. This is for Kenny Mack, 1954. They're called the Five Emeralds on SRC. It's called Let Me Take You Out Tonight. This is for Kenny Mack.
Oh, baby, let me take you out tonight.
as I can be. Happy as I can be.
That's going out to Kenny Mack in our YouTube chat room, 1954. That's the first of two on SRC for the 5 Emeralds. Norman McLean, he's the lead singer on that. Let Me Take You Out Tonight. Usually I'll Beg is the side that everybody requests, but that's a cool jump tune there. Now, the group would later record as the Downbeats on the Peacock record label. I think they also would gravitate over to Tamla Records, and then eventually, with a couple of changes in group members there, they would record as the Elgins on VIP, like in the mid-1960s. They would add Sandra Millette as the lead singer. You know, they do Darling Baby and Heaven, what is that? Heaven Must Have Sent You, I think, in 1966. But anyway, they have their roots back in 1954, and I changed the needle. If you have that record, you got to put a 78 needle, because the 45 needle is too thin. It gets to the bottom of the grooves here, and it sounds really horrible, but the 78 needle rides the top of the groove. That's where the sound is, so it sounds better. So check your copy. Let's continue here on the Vinyl Treasure Show. Let's go to Harlem, New York for this great group. This is a request for Gordy Freeman in our YouTube chat room. This is the group's second release on High Weiss's Old Town record label. It features Herman Curtis, aka Herman Dunham, on lead. This is from June 1954. The great Solitaires on the Old Town record label, going out to Gordy Freeman. It's called Please Remember My Heart.
Remember my heart. Oh, well, darling, you're an angel. You're everything to me. Sorry, my darling, I couldn't see. Please give me one more chance. Let me come back and stay. I'd swim the deepest ocean to be by your side. Well, I'm sorry, Lord, I couldn't try. Please give me one more chance. Please remember my heart. Remember my heart. No, many times I was doubtful. Knew of this new love affair. Let my love be near you again, my darling. Well, I love you so. Well, I do. Well, I do. Believe in you. Won't you come back and give
That's a great sound of the Solitaires. I guess we can say that, Big Dave. That's going out to Gordy Freeman in our YouTube chat room. That's their second release on High Weiss's Old Town record label, June 1954. Herman Curtis, Herman Dunham, take your pick on lead. Now, yeah, they spelled it S-O-L-A versus S-O-L-I. For the Solitaires. And in August of 1958, the group would re-record the song with the other great lead of the group, that'd be Meet Milton Love. And for you collectors out there, this comes two ways. Well, I don't have it on red vinyl. I wish I did, but I don't. But it's kind of, there's something odd with the labels, because the one that I featured, Brian, I bought this out of Norm's because it was nice and clean, because I have like 4 copies of this record. This is 1006 on both sides, but I showed you guys the other one, 1006, 1007 for the flip. South of the border is the other side of this 45, but still, that is the side that I like. The Solitaires, that's going out to Gordy. Let's continue here, and here's a request for listener Butch Ford, a.k.a. is it Tyche? How do you pronounce that there in the chat room there? Tychos, whatever that is, Butch, but I know you as Butch anyway. But it's a request for Butch Ford, listening over in Hawaii. This group is from Washington, D.C. They first recorded for the Jax label as Bobby Hall and the Kings, also as the Four Kings on Jax, but they also did one more on the New York City Harlem record label as the Kings before they signed with MGM, or either the 2 discs were sold or leased out to MGM, but the name of the group changed. They were known as the Ramblers. Now, Butch requested their first, co-written by the lead singer. His name is Adolphus Holcomb. And I always have trouble pronouncing this title. And it's from October 1954. This is for Butch Ford. These are the Ramblers, a.k.a. the Kings, or the Four Kings, or Bobby Hall and the Kings on MGM. It's called Vadunt un Va Da Song. There you go, for Butch.
Oh,
Come on,
That's going out to Butch Ford in our YouTube chat room. The sound of the Ramblers there with Adolphus Holcomb on lead. October 1954, that's on the MGM record label Vadu Unvada. Vada's Song is the name of that tune. And of course, this group would later on record as just the Kings on many labels. Some great songs that they do on Gotham and Gone and J-Lo and RCA and J-Wing and the Lookie label. I think also that was on Epic and others. Also, I think Little Hooks and the Kings they recorded also. And I think what happened there, that Marvin Pod says that Adolphus Holcomb said they weren't the second group, the second release on the ring. I have to check because I knew this was them. I think I saw it in Marvin's book, but the writer credit for this side is Holcomb, so he gets one of the writer credits there. So you know that's the group there. And this is the kind of song I would hear on the Time Capsule show. Same thing with the Solitaires. Lots of the records that I played, these early sides, because they were all on 78s. And Joe Shakatano, he sent me the link to because Joe Marchesani just uploaded a 2023 Time Capsule Discovery show. I want to thank Joe for mentioning Johnny G and the Vinyltreasure show on that program. And I think he tunes into my show from time to time, maybe not live, but on the archive. And I'm happy to say that I have some of his 78s in my collection because he was selling his 78s for a while. And there were a few that I wanted, but in the last batch, I said, look, I'll buy them all. And he mailed them to me, plus other things. So it's really cool that I have records in my collection that were on the Time Capsule show, that were played on the Time Capsule show by Joe Marchesani. And it's just a piece of history that I get thrilled about. And I have other records in my collection, like from Mad Mike, because he would write on the labels. So I do have a history of records in Johnny G's collection. As I babble on here, let's continue now. And this is a request for listener Jim Lampley. Now, Jim, you must really, really love this group because he's been requesting them just about every week here. I don't mind playing them. I have them in my collection. I didn't pay a lot of money for these four, especially this one. But last week, he requested their 7th of 15th on Jerry Blaine's Jubilee record label called The Greatest Feeling in the World. This week, he requested their 6th. Now, this song done by many groups, first done, I think, back in 1948 by the Basin Street Boys. But let's move up to 1954 here for the 4 tunes. This is from December 1954 on Jerry Blaine's Jubilee record label. It features Pat Best on lead. It's going out to Jim Lampley, the 4 tunes with their rendition of the tune I Sold My Heart to the Junk Man.
I gave my heart to you, the one that I trusted. You brought it back to me, all broken and busted. So I sold my heart to the junk man, and I'll never fall in love again. You took my heart because you thought you could use it, just like a little toy, you battered and bruised it. So I sold my heart to the junk man, and I'll never fall in love again. Like a melodrama in a simple manner, love played a leading part. We had planned a happy ending, but I'm left with a broken heart. I throw away my pride and say we'll be friends, dear. Teardrops I cannot hide, for this is the end, dear. I've sold my heart to the junk man, and I'll never fall in love again. a man, love played a leading part. We had planned a happy ending, but I'm left with a broken heart. I throw away my pride and say we'll be friends, dear. Teardrops I cannot hide, for this is the end, dear. I've sold my heart to the junk man, and I'll never fall in love. I'll never fall in love. I'll never fall in love again.
Those are the four tunes, December 1954. That's for Jim Lampley. Their rendition of the tune, I Sold My Heart to the Junk Man. Pat Best on lead for that one. Let's continue here. And here's a request for listener Bob Evans in Ohio. This group is out of Detroit, Michigan. They previously recorded as the Royals on Sid Nathan's Federal record label. But when Sid Nathan lured the Five Royales away from Apollo and signed them, the group changed their name to the Royals. From the Royals to the Midnighters. That's what I meant to say. And Bob requested their 6 of 7. No, it's not 6 of 7 as the Midnighters, Charlene. That's the only one that's on that's the one that's on Marv's because they became Hank Ballard and the Midnighters. They had a whole ton of releases. But anyway, Hank Ballard is on lead here. This is written by the bass of the group, Sonny Woods. Let's go to November 1954. This is for Bob Evans, the Midnighters on Federal. It's called Tell Them.
You told the whole world what a fool I was. Oh, but darling, I'm a fool in love. So tell them, yes, tell them, the feeling is real, so real. Oh, darling, and you know it's true. There's no one to the things you do. So tell them, yes, tell them, I'm a fool in love. I lost my money, lost my car, just to be wherever you are. I often wondered, was I wasting time? And now I'm losing my mind. Oh, darling, you can tell the world I'm your fool. You're still my girl. So tell them, yes, tell them, I'm a fool in love.
That's the sound of the Midnighters there. Their 6th release on Sid Nathan's Federal record label. Lost my place here. It's a Hank Ballard on lead, November 1954. The Midnighters with a tune called Tell Them. As we continue here, I've been getting emails from Frank Cassie. He's in the February 11th show. Frank, it's got to be the March 11th show. There's a lot. There should be, for the live broadcasts, you should see the little live button on on there, so you should be. That's why you have to subscribe so you get an email, especially if you're signed in, so you won't miss it. Because sometimes it's hard to maneuver. It depends what you're on your phone. It's different than your PC, then your tablet. Sometimes it takes a while to figure it out. It does, but let's continue here. And up next is a request for listener Josue Perez. Now, let's go to Chicago, Illinois for this pricey 45. Although I don't think it's one of their best, but it definitely is a rare 45. I forget who I bought it from, but he was selling it on eBay a long, long time ago, probably in 1999 or 2000. He said he was selling his doubles to buy 78s, and I bought a number of singles from him. This was one of them. The group, it's the debut 45 for this group. They have some killer 45s on States and Blue Lake and Federal. I have those releases by the group, but this one is on Art Sheridan's Chance record label. And the song is written by Levy McKay, who was their mentor and guided them in when they got their start in the beginning of their career. And he actually was instrumental in getting them this contract with Chance Records. Now, the lead singer on this is Darnell Austell. Darnell Austell on lead. This is from July 1954. This is going out to Josue Perez in our YouTube chat room. Let's give a listen to the 5 Chances, their first record on Chance Records. It's called I May Be Small.
I may be small, but don't let that worry you. Yes, I may be small, but don't let that worry you. Oh, I can do anything a big man can do. I can love you in the morning, love you late at night. Yes, love you in the morning, love you late at night. But you better believe me, baby, I sure can do it right. I'm built for speed, but I can take my time, and when I get in the mood, everything's fine. Ready this morning to put you in a worry mode. Oh, I can do anything a big man can do. So try me, pretty mama, I wanna be with you.
I want to be with you, with you. I want to be with you.
Yes, try me, pretty mama, I wanna be with you. Oh, I can do anything a big man can do.
Oh, baby. Oh, baby. Oh, baby. Oh, baby. I want to be with you.
I want to be with you.
Those are the 5 Chances there. 5 Chances from July 1954. That's their debut single on Art Sheridan's Chance record label out of Chicago. I May Be Small is the name of the tune. I wonder if Darnell Austell was a small man in stature. Possibly he was, but anyway, you can read into that song any way you like. Johnny G here on a Saturday evening, spinning original vinyl 45s, 1950s and early 60s. We count down the music here chronologically. If you're new to the program, please subscribe to my YouTube channel. Click the like button if you like what I'm doing. Let's continue here. And if you want to send me a request, you can email me at vinyltreasures@aol.com. Let's continue here. We move into 1955. Now, last week's show, I featured this group from Washington, D.C., a request for Big Dave Swinger, who requested their first of 3 on the Mercury label. It was called My Sentimental Heart. Now, let's give a listen to their second. It features William Ross Onley. Let's send this one out to Frank Cassie. I know he likes this tune. He's in the February 11th. He's watching the February 11th show because I see his comments on the records I'm playing, but he's not. You can't get into that chat room. Anyway, let's hope that Frank is tuned in here from June 1955. This is for Frank Cassie, the Griffins on the Mercury label. It's called Scheming.
I'm all the time scheming. You've got me believing that I can win you.
You sure do look fine. I wanna be with you all the time.
You've got me believing that mutual agreement is best for us two.
Best for us two.
So I've got a scheme I think will get you, or to knock you off your feet. It's a scheme that came to me while I was walking down the street. Oh, I've got a I'll soon have you reading. That is if my scheming will click and come through.
Why can't we get our scheme together? Maybe we can make a deal. If we don't get nothing better, we'll at least know how we feel.
Oh, it's so easy, delightfully pleasing. That is if our dreaming will click and come true.
I'm glad I have listeners on top of Johnny G, as I'm screwed up there. My sentimental heart is the Cashmeres. It's not the Griffins. I swear by all the stars above was the side that I played. Now the question is, what did I play for Big Dave Swinger? So there you go. So Charlene, either the things got messed up, something got messed up with that. But anyway, that's still a great record there. That's for Frank Cassie, June 1956, the Griffins. The Griffins on the Mercury label. Song entitled Scheming. Johnny G's been scheming in the background here, playing these 45s here. Let's continue here for this next group. They're from Brooklyn, New York. Now let me go to the other release here because the information was better on the other one, because I have another I'm going to play two by this group, but the other one is much later. This group, they're from Brooklyn, New York. Let me compare the notes here, because I told you I was not prepared. And they're from Brooklyn, New York. They initially recorded as the Toppers on the Jubilee label, but then they signed with Sid Nathan's King record label for 7 releases. And this is a request for Amnon. He wanted to hear their debut single on the King label. It features Henry Austin on lead, and this is with Vernon Britton as the bass, and it's a cover tune. This was originally recorded, Charlene, what does this mean? Originally recorded by the writer, back in 1943. His name is Al Dexter. But Bing Crosby and the Andrews Sisters also recorded this in the 1940s, plus others. There you go. It's from July 55 for Amnon. The Hurricanes on King, and their rendition of the tune, Pistol Packin' Mama.
Drinking beer in a cabaret, and was I having fun until one night she caught me right, and now I'm on the run. Oh, lay that pistol down, baby, lay that pistol down. A pistol packing mama, lay that pistol down. Oh, she kicked out my windshield, it hit me over the head. She cussed and cried and said I'd lied and wished that I was dead. Oh, lay that pistol down, baby, lay that pistol down. A pistol packing mama, lay that pistol down.
Blonde until the night caught me right, and now I'm on the run. Lay that pistol down, baby, lay that pistol down. A pistol packed in my Hummer, lay that pistol down.
By request for listener Amnon there, those are the Hurricanes. Hurricanes from July 1955, their debut single on Sid Nathan's King record label, Pistol Packin' Mama is the name of that tune. Let's stay in 55. This is a request for listener Daniel Kubacki. We head back, well, I don't know if we made it to Philadelphia. Let's go to Philadelphia now, but not much is known about this group. I'm sure many of you have this 45 on Jerry Blaine's Josie record label, but it first came out on a label called Gen D Records, which in my opinion has better fidelity because it's an RCA press. That is the reason why. But they're called the Five Notes with the Hamiltones. Hamiltones probably the instrumental group here. So this is for Daniel Kubacki, 1955, the Five Notes. I'm featuring it on the Gen D record record label. It's called You Are So Beautiful. This is for Daniel.
You are so beautiful. You are a dream divine. But there's a danger sign. I can see deep within. Said you are beautiful, and I am such a fool. You simply make the rule. How can I ever win? I know I am a dreamer. To think you would give in. Oh, helpless, wishful dreamer, who knew long ago this should not have been. But you're so beautiful. And when you touch my hand, I'm in a wonderland, back in the same old spin. I know I am a dreamer. To think you would give in. Oh, helpless, wishful dreamer, who knew long ago this should not have been. But you're so beautiful. And when you touch my hand, I'm in a wonderland, back in the same old spin.
There you go. That's for Daniel Kubacki in our YouTube chat room. That's the sound of the Five Notes. 1955, You Are So Beautiful is the name of the tune. Featured it on the Gendy record label, be picked up by Jerry Blaine's Josie label. A lot of those presses are like kind of grainy a little bit. I mean, you can get some of the that play pretty nice, but there's some pops in that. But I got that at a nice price. Spence was really nice enough to sell me that 45 at a reasonable price. Yes, he was. Let's continue here on the Vinyl Treasure Show. We are in 1955. Let's go to the Bronx, New York for this next group as their debut. Yes, let's go to the Bronx for this next group. Their debut single came out on Jerry Blaine's Josie record label, a song called My Plea for Love, in April of 54. That is a killer record for sure. But they signed with Sidney Siegel's Dawn label for 2 releases, and this is a request for Mike Sape. He wants to send this one out to listener George Tompkins. We're hoping that George is feeling better. Yes, we do. But this is their first of 2 on Dawn. Dual leads here. It actually mentions on the label, I'll show it to you again, but it only lists their first name. It says featuring Bill and Larry, and that's really, no, Bill and Larry? No, it says Bill and Johnny, Charlene. You got Bill and Larry here. But I don't know. I'm going to say what Charlene has here. It features Bill Lindsay and Larry Gales. I don't know if that's the case. But anyway, this is from Mike Sape to George Tompkins, February 55, the Starlings on Dawn. It's called I'm Just a Crying Fool.
Wop wop, do-be do-be wop wop, do-be do-be wop wop, do-be do-be wop. Wop wop, do-be do-be wop wop, do-be do-be wop wop, do-be do-be wop.
My head is heavy,
My baby's gone.
I I'm going crazy. I can't go on, pretty baby. My head is aching. My hold is breaking. Whoa, baby, I'm just a crying fool. Woke up this morning, tears filled my bed. My heart was hurting. Wish I were dead, pretty mama. I can't believe my baby leave. Whoa, baby, I'm just a crying fool. Baby took my love and baby took my time. Now I'm so sad and blue. Now I'm all alone. Won't you please come home? I can't go on without you. Oh, 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 oh. Said you love me all through the years. I can't believe that you leave me in tears. Oh, baby, can't stop from crying. I feel like dying. Whoa, baby, I'm just a crying. Wop, wop, dobe, dobe, wop, wop. Dobe, dobe, wop, wop. Dobe, dobe, wop. Baby took my loving, took my time. Now I'm so sad and blue. Wop, wop, wop. Now I'm all alone. Won't you please come home? I can't go on without you. Oh, 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 oh. You said you loved me all through the years. I can't believe that you leave me in tears, pretty baby. Can't stop from crying. I feel like dying. Whoa, baby, I'm just a crying. Womp, womp, do-be, do-be, womp, womp. I'm just a crying. Womp, do-be, do-be, womp, womp. I should have gone to school.
Well, there you go. That's for I was going to say Charlene. That's a special request from Mike Safe to George Tompkins there. Those are the Starlings. The Starlings there, their first of two on Dawn Records. I'm just a crying fool. Of course, this group would later have two releases on MGM as the Twilighters. Great songs, Little Did I Dream and Half Angel. Now, I'm checking in Charlene's defense, so not Marvin. Yes. On Marv's website, he has BL and LG. So he says the leads are LG is Larry Gales, BL is Bill Lindsay, and JJ is Johnny Johnson. Now, on the 45, unless the label's wrong, because it didn't sound like Larry Gales to me, it has Bill and Johnny. So there you go. And it doesn't say Hokey Smokey Mama's the other side, which I like, by the way. Anyway, Johnny G discombobulated for his Saturday evenings. You're going to have to forgive me, but this is live radio, and I'm an amateur. I'm not a professional, as you know. This is a labor of love. And Charlene, really, I couldn't do the show without Charlene. I'm sorry, but we really couldn't do it. But anyway, let's continue here. And this actually isn't a request. This was a conversation I had with Gordy Freeman about the song and the different versions, but we'll send this out to Gordy Freeman because this is how this song came about, our discussion with this. But this is a 45 I purchased from Louis Silvani of Times Square Records back in the early 1980s. It's on Herb Slotkin's Grand record label. Last week we featured the Baltineers version of this, and I'm going to play another version next week. But this group is out of Philadelphia, and the lead singer on this, his name is Kent Peeler, and this group has another release on the Roland label, which I have. I can play that one too. But this is the song, Tears in My Eyes. Last week we played the Baltineers. Next week I'm going to play another version, but we'll send it out to Gordy Freeman in our YouTube chat room. September 55. The Dreamers on Grand. Has to be thick for you collectors out there. A really thick press. It's called Tears in My Eyes. There, those are the Dreamers out of Philadelphia. We'll send it out to Gordy Freeman in our YouTube chat room. The sound of the Dreamers there with Kent Peeler on lead. That one there on Herb Slotkin's grand record label from September 1955, Tears in My Eyes is the name of the tune. Let's continue here now. We stay in 55. The interesting thing is, so I awake on, I think it was Friday, Fred. I think I saw your instant message on Facebook, and I didn't know, and I didn't see the post above, but Fred was telling me that this singer, Jerry Samuels, passed away, and I didn't really know, and I think I was talking to Dave the Rave about it, and he said, well, is it confirmed? And yes, it has been confirmed. So, but the interesting thing is, what Fred brought to my attention is that Jerry Samuels and his brother, he had an older brother, I think, Fred, you said he was 8 years older, Perry Samuels, wrote this song, was recorded by the Cardinals, Ernie Warren and the Cardinals, and it is a killer tune. It is. And of course, if you don't know who Jerry Samuels is, he had a big novelty hit, I think in 1966 or 67, with their Coming to Take Me Away on Warner Brothers. So, but he did write songs. I think, Fred, you told me that Johnny Ray did 3 of his songs or whatever, but it's amazing that he wrote this tune with his brother, and it was recorded by this group from Baltimore, Maryland on Atlantic. They began in 1951. They had 12 releases on the Atlantic record label, and this was their, what did I say? This one was their 9th release, their 9th of 12, came out in December of 55. And the funny thing is, and I remember when Atlantic Records reissued the Yellow Atlantics, and what was good about it is they were putting out stuff like by the Delta Rhythm Boys and those earlier sides that never came out on a 45, but at least, you can buy them on those 78 or 70, I forget the year that Atlantic put those out, but I was buying them at the time because I couldn't afford the originals at the time. But anyway, they changed the title of the song, because the actual title is Here Goes My Heart to You. I think they changed it to There Goes My Heart to You, I think, but Fred could comment in the chat room if he's still tuned in. But anyway, let's give it a spin. We'll send it out to Fred Clemens. Sleeping Lion is his name in the YouTube chat room. This is from December 1955, written by Jerry Samuels and his brother Perry, the Cardinals, with Ernie Warren on lead on Atlantic. It's called Here Goes My Heart to You.
Here comes the father of the bride to be, bringing a vision of love to me. Here at the altar, a dream has come true. Here goes my heart to you. Here on my arm now, my future I hold, a treasure worth more than the world and its gold. Here is a love that will always be true. Here goes my heart to you. I pledged my life and my love long ago, and now at God's altar once more, I'd like you and the world and God to know I'd give you my life evermore. Here is a question, and darling, I do. Here is your answer that says you do too. Now is forever, forever, it's true. Here goes my heart to you. Now is forever, forever, it's true. Here goes my heart to you.
There you go. We'll send that one out to Fred in our chat room. Fred Clemens in the chat room there. December 1955, the Cardinals, 15 years old he was writing that song. Jerry Samuels there with his brother. Here Goes My Heart to You was the 9th release for Ernie Warren and the Cardinals on the Atlantic record label. Let's continue here on the Vinyl Treasure Show. Now, last week, this is what happened. Last week I played Who Requested the Cashmeres last week, Charlene? Was it Amnon? I forget, because here we are with the confusing because, oh yes, it was Amnon. Last week, listener Amnon requested the Cashmeres, My Sentimental Heart, on the Mercury record label, and I think Frank Cassie, you made a comment that your favorite song by this group out of Atlanta, Georgia, was this tune. So we're going to send this one out to you from April 1955. It's their second of 3 for the Mercury label. The Cashmeres with Dodd Hicks on lead, 18 years old at the time he recorded this. The Cashmeres on Mercury. It's called Don't Let It Happen Again. This is for Frank Cassie in our YouTube chat room.
Please be honest from the start. Those in mother never smart. I've been hurt, sweetheart. Don't let it happen again. If I give my love to you, promise that you love me too. Darling, I've been so blue. Don't let it happen again. I'd go on loving you, but darling, I'm scared. 'Cause I love someone who never really cared. You're the one I now adore. Please don't make me cry no more. It was done before. Don't let it happen again. You're the one I now adore. Please don't make me cry more. It was done before. Don't let it happen again. Don't let it happen.
happen again.
That's the sound of the Cashmeres here on the Vinyltreasure Show. That's their second of 3 on the Mercury label. That's going out to Frank Cassie in our YouTube chat room. April 1955, Don't Let It Happen Again. They also had a release on the Herald label in 1956 and another one on the Ember label as the Mark Tones. And then in 1958, the Cashmeres with a K on the Wonder label. I got to pull that one out. I do. Johnny G here on a Saturday. Hope you're digging on these cool tunes here. We're here from 9 to midnight every Saturday on YouTube. We'll be joining Oldies and More Radio beginning at midnight. We're going to go a little bit of overtime tonight. Remember, you got to turn your clocks forward. You're going to lose an hour's sleep tonight at 2 a.m. It'll automatically be 3 a.m. But let's continue. Let's go out to California now with this request for Butch Ford, listening in Hawaii. It's a female lead with male backing. This is on the Chief label, not the Chicago Chief label. This label out on the West Coast. The tune written by the lead singer. Her name is Joanne Boswell. I won this one in a John Tefteller auction. I think he probably had a small box of 25 because he was listing it like in consecutive weeks in Gold Mine magazine. So if I didn't win it the first time, I had to rate, and I would get the list of what the record sold for, because if you paid, I think, an extra $1, John would send you the prices that they went for. So I did, and I kept upping my bid each time that he had it listed till I eventually won one, and it's a nice mint copy, and it's not your copy, Brian, or not the one that Norm had, but it's from December 55. It's Joanne Boswell and with the L-Tones on the Chief label. It's called You Were Meant for Me. This is for Butch. That's out of California there. That is for Butch Ford. That is Joanne Boswell with the L-Tones, December 1955. It's on the Chief label. Chief Records out of California. It's called You Were Meant for Me. Johnny G was meant for you to spin my original vinyl 45s every Saturday from 9 to midnight. If you're new to the program, please subscribe to my YouTube channel. We got to get up to 1,000 subscribers. Yes, we do. Then we'll be doing lots more specials here. Let's continue here. This is for Joe Shacatano in our YouTube chat room. This was a trio from New York City. They were in the 1940s. They performed in some motion pictures, but they also recorded on various labels. They were known as Day Dawn and Dusk. Now, Day was Bob Carver, Dawn was Eddie Coleman, and Dusk was Gus Simmons. So I think they first recorded back in 1953 for the Destiny label. Then I think they have one on Herald, which I do have from 54, and another one on Apollo, which I have from 55, and then this one on Jerry Blaine's Josie label. It's with the Charles Laverne Orchestra. It's from April 56. This is for Joe Shacatano. Let's give a listen to Day, Dawn, and Dusk on Josie. It's called Anytime.
Your baby's left you, but don't feel blue. Don't cry no river. She wasn't true. Anytime, any place, anywhere. She took your kisses, said she'd be true, but now she's kissing somebody new. Anytime, any place, anywhere. I told you that she won't leave you. You know I told you she never would care. But when I told you, you wouldn't believe me. Oh, she had to believe, and she wasn't deceiving. You thought she was playing it square. Dry those teardrops. Don't look so sad. Some brand new baby will make you glad. Anytime, any place, anywhere. Oh, she had to believe, and she wasn't deceiving. You thought she was playing it square. Dry those teardrops. Don't look so sad. Some brand new baby will make you glad. Anytime, any place, anywhere.
There you go. That's for Joe Shacatano. That's Day, Dawn, and Dusk. April 1956 release on the Josie record label. Anytime is the name of the tune. Now, speaking of Dusk, we make sure you turn your clocks forward after you sign off tonight listening to Johnny G. Let's continue now, and we go back to Philadelphia now. This is a request for listener Gordy Freeman. It's on Herb Slotkin's. We go back to Herb Slotkin's Grand record label, and this is a pretty rare 45. I remember when I purchased this, it was in Edison, New Jersey. I bought 2 45's that day. I forget whose booth I was at. And the late Joe Ronco came up to me and he said to me, Johnny, I understand you need some records here that I might have. And I said, well, it depends what they are. So he shows me the 5 Crowns on Old Town. It's the red label 5 Crowns. And he shows me this record. And I was like, well, I don't think I have enough to take them, both. And he said, well, I want $1,000 for this, but I'll take $900. So I gave him, I did have $900 in my pocket at the time, so I gave him $900 for this record. And it is, and it's a request for Gordy Freeman. The group is called the Marquis, Marquees. Now, if you have the reissue of this, it came out on Grand. It's spelled differently. It's spelled with a K. That's how you can tell the difference. But the song is very similar to this song is very similar to the one we heard by the Dreamers. So if you like that tune by the Dreamers, you're going to like this tune. This is from May of 1956. They're called the Marquis, Marquees. This is for Gordy Freeman. This is on the Grand record label. The song is called The Bells. That's the sound of the Marquis here from May 1956. Going out to Gordy Freeman. That's on the Grand record label, Herb Slotkin's Grand Records. The Bells is the name of the tune. It was Slim Rose in his Times Square record store. Had a lot to do with reissues of this 45 on Grand, as he did with all the Castell 45s that came out too, because the presses are different. The print is larger. They're much thinner. That's how you can tell. So you got to be careful with that as we continue here. And here is a request for Indrajit Advani. Couldn't find the Winona Harris for you, but I'm looking for it. I went crazy looking for it last night, but I did find the two you requested by this gal. It's on Art Rube Specialty record label. Now, this gal was originally from Cleveland, Ohio, and she founded the gospel group known as the Carr Sisters, and they signed with Specialty Records, Rube Specialty label, and who promoted her as Sister Winona Carr. And between 1949 and 1955, she had about 20 releases on the Specialty label, but they were all gospel. Then sometime in 1956, she switched to secular music. Now, this is her 9th release here on the Specialty label that Indrajit requested. And there's an uncredited group, they're called the Turks, that are backing her up on this. This is from June of 1956. Winona Carr on the Specialty label, her 9th release. This is for Indrajit. It's called Hurt Me.
Oh, hurt me. Hurt me if you choose. What have I to lose? Your kiss is all I live for. My life is yours alone. That's not too much to give for. Lips like yours to call my own. So hurt me. Is yours forever. I've known it from the start. Even though you may hurt me, sweetheart. Hurt me, hurt me, hurt me, hurt me, hurt me, hurt me. And even if you do, I'll be loving you. My heart is yours forever. I've known it from the start. Even though you may hurt me,
June 56 there for Winona Carr and the uncredited Turks backing her up on that on our Rube Specialty record label. Hurt Me is the name of the tune. I like the Robbins version. I think Big Dave, he mentioned it in the chat room there, that the Robbins also do a nice, but the other groups recorded this also, by the way. But Indrajit, he requested a twin spin by her. That was her 9th release. This is her 10th release. This is a song she wrote. And again, the Turks are backing her up on this from October 1956. That one was from June 56. This is her next release from October 56. A twin spin for Winona Carr on the Specialty label. This is for Indrajit. If I said your name wrong, I apologize. But he listens on the archive. He's in Singapore that he found out about the Vinyltreasure show. And this tune is called Till the Well Runs Dry.
Never missed your water till your well runs dry. I never missed you, baby, till you said goodbye. Try me one more time.
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 I can't eat, I can't sleep, and I'm just about to lose my mind. I took your love for granted and I did you wrong. Now I want you, baby, you've been gone so long. Try me one more time. Baby, try me one more time. I'm alone, so alone, just about to lose my mind. Till the well runs dry. Till the well runs dry. You never miss your water. Till the well runs dry. Uh-oh, no water. The day I saw you, baby, and you looked so fine. All I could say was you used to be mine. I just sighed, cried, just about to lose my mind. I took your love for granted and I did you wrong. Now I want you, baby, you've been gone so long. Try me one more time. Baby, try me one more time. I'm alone, so alone, I'm just about to lose my mind. Till the world runs dry. Till the world runs dry. You never miss your water. Till the world runs dry. Uh-oh, no water. The day I saw you, baby, and you looked so fine. All I could say was you used to be mine. I just sighed, cried, just about to lose my mind.
That's a twin spin for Miss Winona Carr. June 1956. October 1956. Winona Carr, Till the Well Runs Dry. Art Roop Specialty record label. That's going out. He's in our chat room there. Indrajit, did I say your name correctly? If I did not, I apologize. But you're in Pennsylvania, so that's on the East Coast here. So you're experiencing the same timetable that I am. And remember, don't forget, you got to turn the clocks forward 1 hour. It was unfortunate, though, that we lost Winona Carr. She was only 52 when she passed away on May 11th, 1976. But we remember her here on the Vinyl Treasure Show. Let's stay in 56. Let's go back to Brooklyn, New York with this request for listener Kenny Mack in our YouTube chat room. I like both sides of this 45. Now, this group was discovered by band leader Al Brown, but not much is known about them. They were called the Crescents. The Crescents. Now, let's give a listen to their intended A side. This is the side that Kenny requested. It's on the Joyce label, the same label that the Cress recorded My Juanita. This is from December 56. The Crescents on Joyce. It's called Everybody Knew But Me.
You made a fool of me with your running round. Do, 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 do. People were talking all over town. Everybody knew but nobody knew but me. Everybody knew but me.
That's going out to Kenny Mack in our YouTube chat room. The sound of the Crescents. The Crescents on the Joyce record label, Al Brown Discovery. Discovered a lot of great groups. Yes, he did. That's called Everybody Knew But Me. Johnny G knows, and you know, I spin original vinyl 45s. We count down the music chronologically here on the 50s and early 60s edition. We are in the year 1956. This is actually the last release in 1956. Now, Emnon, I could not find this group, the one you are looking for, but I've said, well, I'll play another one because I will still look for it. I have their Columbia single, but this girl group is these gals are out of Long Island. Their debut single, which is the one that Amnon requested, was in 1954 on the Columbia label. But in 1956, they backed up a gal by the name of Ruth Carroll on the King label, and that's a good record. I was going to play that one too, but it wasn't. It was probably filed under Ruth Carroll, not under their name. But One Honest Love and Partners for Life. That was the side. Both sides are good, but this is their second release, I guess we'll call it, on Sid Nathan's King record label. And they were Eileen, Gloria, Grace, Joyce, and Lorna Hamilton. Collectively, they were known as the Hamilton Sisters. So I hope you like this one, Amnon. It's from February 56. Let's give a listen to the Hamilton Sisters. It's a great two-sided 45, too. It's on King Records, and we'll feature this side. It's called You Are the One.
You are the one to hold my hand. You are the one to understand. Please believe me, darling, you are the one. The only one. You are the one I love the most. You are the one to
February 1956 there. Those are the Hamilton sisters. We'll send it out to Amnon. On Sid Nathan's King record label, You Are the One is the name of the tune. Let's move into 1957 as this is for Joe Shacatano. Now, last week I featured this group from Harlem, New York. I featured their first release on George Goldner's Gone record label. It was called That's My Desire. That was for Timothy. But this week, Joe requested the B-side to their second release. This is from December of 1957. It features Earl Lewis on lead. Let's give a listen to the Channels. This is the flip side of Altar of Love on the Gone record label. It's called All Alone. This is for Joe Shacatano. B-sides here on the Vinyl Treasure Show. That's Earl Lewis and the Channels by request for Joe Shacatano. The flip side of Altar of Love, song entitled All Alone, December 1957 on George Goldner's Gone record label. You're not all alone, not on Saturday night when you tune into Johnny G's Vinyl Treasure Show. We're here from 9 to midnight. We're doing overtime. We did an hour and 10 minutes driving Joe Shacatano crazy. Now, who was that? Who likes the, I love this label too. It was, who was it that mentioned it in the chat room there about the, I'm looking. Oh yeah, up at the top. That likes the label. Yeah, it was Chuck. So Chuck, I love the Gone label too. And do you know what the rarest record is on the Gone label? Rarest group record is on Gone, the Black Gone label. I think it would be the Deltas. Lamplight, and the flip side, I have that record. Spence sold me that 45. It was not cheap, I can tell you that. And the most I ever paid for a 45, that was it for that record. But that was my limit as a collector. And again, it's all what you have as disposable income. Because if you have a family and you have debt and you have obligations, you can't spend lots of money on the 45s. I mean, it's all relative. So I made sure that I got my MBA because I was supposed to be a CPA, but you see, I took the test as a freshman at Pace University. I got a 65, which is considered passing, but I didn't want to go into public accounting. Went into private accounting, but then I got my MBA also in finance. So I was able to make a good salary, I have to say. I kind of walked away from it last year, and but I said, you know what? I want to start focusing in on my record collection. Not that I would, but I'm stopped. I have not purchased. I have the last record that I bought. The last expensive record I bought was the Mellow Harps on Do Re Mi. That was the last expensive record. It was supposed to be about 2 years ago. Is when I bought it. But anyway, Johnny G babbling on here. Let's continue here. Here's a request from Mike Sape, and he wants to send it out to Johnny G and all you guys in the chat room, guys and gals in the chat room. We go back to the West Coast on, I thought this was Bob Keane's Keane record label, but it says John and Alex, I don't know. But anyway, it's out of California. Keane Records, of course, had a big hit with the Valiants, This Is the Night, but this is an unknown group. They're called the Debs. It's with Bumps Blackwell and his orchestra. He was the house band for the Keane record label. October 57. This is a request from Mike Sape, sending it out to all you guys and gals in the chat room. The Debs on the Keane label. It's called Johnny Darling. That girl group called the Debs. The Debs on the Keane record label. That's by request from Mike Sape. He sends it out to all of us in the YouTube chat room there. Song entitled Johnny Darling from October 1957. And we stay in 1957 as earlier in the show I featured the Hurricanes on the King record label. We got another request for the Hurricanes, this group out of Brooklyn, New York. This is for Gordy Freeman, as they did 7 on Sid Nathan's King record label. This is their 6th, and Henry Austin, a.k.a. Sometimes known as Henry Alston, he is the lead singer on this. This is from July 1957. These are the Hurricanes. I love this tune here on King Records, but it's by request for Gordy. It's called Fallen Angel.
Falling fallen angel, someone lift your wings. Someone promised things that never could come true. Fallen angel, though you love him so, how were you to know he was only using you? Lonely days, lonely nights made you go astray, made you lose the way, but that was yesterday. Fallen angel, someday you'll forget tears you now regret. Your broken wings will mend, and fallen angel, you will rise again. Fallen angel.
That's the great sound of the Hurricanes by request for Gordy Freeman in our YouTube chat room. January 1957, Sid Nathan's King record label. Henry Austin, or Henry Alston he went by, is on lead. Falling Angel. Now later, Henry Austin, he would record as Henry Alston with releases on the Skyline label that are pretty good. Also, he was the lead singer of the Memos on the Memo label. Johnny G spinning original vinyl 45's. Let's continue here. Here's a request for Rick in Philly as we go to Pittsburgh, Pennsylvania for this next group. This is on the Phoebe record label. Now, they're called the Del Vikings. The interesting thing about this is not an easy record to find, believe it or not. This record came out, Phoebe number 210, came out 3 times, twice in the 1950s, and I think it was a legitimate reissue much later. But the common side to all 3 was the song What Made Maggie Run, but they all had different flip sides. The first flip side was When I Come Home, which, believe it or not, I have that on a 78, that first one. The second one, which I'm featuring tonight, is a request for Rick in Philly. This is the second one, and then the third one is Down by the Stream, and that looks like, actually it looks like an early 70s press, or it doesn't look like a 50s press, but this is in the 1950s, this record. This is released March of 57, and it features Gus Backus on lead. He also wrote the song, and I remember I bought this from Ted Ardkowski. He was a big Pittsburgh collector, and he was selling out his collection over a number of years. I bought it a long time ago, but I really don't see this copy much. It's from March 57. It's for Rick in Philly. It's Gus Backus and the Del Vikings on Phoebe Records. It's called Uh-huh Baby for Rick.
Well, please don't kiss me, please don't try. No, please don't kiss me, you know why. 'Cause when you kiss me, little baby, I feel like I could die. Well, please don't hold me, baby, no. No, please don't hold me, baby, no. When you hold me, little baby, oh, you move me so. My knees start shaking, shaking, shaking. Well, my heart leave me be. Baby, 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 leave me be. Ain't no more. No, that's all, baby. Ain't no more. I don't wanna see you, baby, just hanging around my door. My heart shaking, shaking, shaking. Well, my heart starts aching, aching, saying, baby, leave me be. Baby, leave me be. Baby,
That's going out to Rick and Philly in our YouTube chat room there. That's actually not an easy record to find by the Dell Vikings. One of the alternate flips, Baby there with Gus Backus on lead. He wrote the tune March 57 on the Phoebe record label. Let's continue here with this request for Nat Papagallo listening in Naples, Florida, and this group is out of Newark, New Jersey. The founder and lead singer of the group, his name is George Kerr, who would become a legendary producer, songwriter, and arranger over 6 decades. And as a teen, he was the founder of this group called the Serenaders, and their first record came out on this label, chock full of hits. It would then get picked up by MGM Records. I showed you that. The interesting thing about this is the writer credit. If you own the true first press of this, the writer credit is Kerr Walters. Then there are copies that identify Joe Scott as the writer. But where'd I get this from? Is that what the MGM one is? No, it says Kerr and Norris. That's weird. I didn't even know that. No, I don't know what this... Oh, we're talking... Is this the MGM one? Because the MGM one shows Scott. This is weird. Anyway, let's send this one out to Nat Papagallo. He requested. It's a great two-sided 45, December 1957. The Serenaders on MGM. I'm gonna go over that and read that again because I didn't write that right. The Serenaders with George Kerr on lead, and Nat wants to send it out to all you guys and gals in the chat room. So there you go. He'll watch this on the archive. Angelo, if you're still listening, Nat's younger brother, your request is coming up next, but this is for your older brother. December 57, the Serenaders on chock full of hits. It's not on MGM, it's on chock full of hits. It's called Never Let Me Go.
Just let me love.
Oh no!
Okay, now I get it. If you have a copy of the chock full of hits that says Kerr Scott, that's not the first press, or that's a reissue or something. That's what I think it meant, because the MGM has Scott as the writer, so I don't know what happened there. Something went on with George Kerr and this Joe Scott. Anyway, but that was there. That's going out to Nat Papagallo, listening down in Naples, Florida, the Serenaders, sending it out to all you guys and gals in the chat room. December 57, Never Let Me Go is the name of the tune on the original label, Chock Full of Hits. Probably taken from, wasn't there Chock Full of Nuts coffee? That's still a coffee that's still out now, as Johnny G loses his mind. And we have one more in 1957. Now, this is a request for Nat's younger brother. He is in our YouTube chat room, and that is Angelo, listening up in Maine. He had a snowstorm last Saturday, but hopefully no snow. It must be cold up there, Angelo, tonight. It's 39 here in Westchester County, New York. But anyway, he requested this cool record. I like this group. They formed while they were stationed in Norway. I think the Air Force Base in Norway, if I'm not mistaken, and Mitchell Air Force Base in Norway. I think that was it. But they formed in 1957 at that Air Force Base. Now, B. Caslin, owner of Mascot Records, signed them to, I guess. Well, it wasn't released on Hull. This record was released on her Mascot label, issued the single in November of 1957, and this was their debut single. It started taking off, and it was then eventually leased to Argo Records for national distribution. But this is from December of 1957. It features Where's DeFosco Irvin on lead? Boy, Johnny G messing up tonight. And I love this record. These are the Pastels. This is by request for Angelo Papagallo in our YouTube chat room. And I call him Big D Irvin, but it was DeFosco Irvin. This is the Pastels on Mascot. It's called Been So Long, as Johnny G's losing his mind.
So long, since I held you tight, been so long, since
you go. That's going out to Angelo Papagallo. They like that tune there in the YouTube chat room. The sound of DeFosco, Irvin, and the Pastels, December 1957. Their debut single came out on the Mascot record label. Been So Long was number 60 on Cashbox, 24 on Billboard. That was a big number 7 record on WAAF in Chicago, Illinois. How about a twin spin with the Pastels? And this is my favorite tune by them. And the first time I heard this is when my aunt purchased, I think it was Murray the K's Golden Gassers for Submarine Race Watchers, something like that, on the Chess record label. She bought 3 of his LPs. I had to replace them. I bought them from you, Brian. They were Norm's LPs, so I had to replace them because the covers, I destroyed the covers. But there were a few records that were important to me on that album because she taught me how to slow dance to the Orchids, You're Everything to Me. And of course, the great the records on there by the Students, I think, I'm So Young and Every Day of the Week and My Vow to You. Those were all on those compilations on Chess, and this record was on the Chess label, and this became my favorite record, and my aunt liked it too. This was their third release on the Argo record label because B. Caslin did a deal with Argo to distribute her material eventually after that first Mascot release. She did the same thing with the Monotones that were on the label. But this is my favorite by the Pastels, DeFosco Irvin on lead, October 58. This is a twin spin. This record is a month younger than Johnny G. October 58 on Argo Records, the Pastels with So Far Away. That's a great sound of the Pastels. That's their third release on the Argo record label. DeFosco Irvin on lead, October 1958 release on Argo. So Far Away. What a great record that is. That is our twin spin on the Argo record label. I want to talk about the next record. Actually, it's a request for Josue Perez. It's a rare girl group sound out of Philadelphia. Now, the group consisted of Rosa Bryant, Costella Riley, Maddie Williams, Gloria Huntley, and the lead singer Mitzi Ross. Collectively, they were known as the Cashmeres. Now, this came out on the Red Top record label out of Philadelphia from 1958. The Cashmeres on Red Top. It's called A Schoolgirl in Love. That was requested by Josue Perez. But what I got to say about this record is that this is one of thousands of 45's. I got to say thousands of 45's because I knew him for about, I'd have to say since 1980, at least 40 years. Because last week I saw a post by Barry Soltz that Greg Zurich passed away. And I was like, Barry, are you sure? It couldn't be. I just spoke to him, that Thursday of the previous week, and he said, yeah. So I spoke to Barry on the phone about it, and he told me what happened. And I was shocked because Greg was just a year older than me. And we were like, it was funny because, it's not that easy to be a collector and especially being the same age. And it's not like Greg had a 9-to-5 job constantly. I was earning a lot of money, so I didn't have obligations. Like I said, if you have obligations and you don't have extra income to spend on these records, you're stuck. You got to go to the flea market and look for them. Like, I had a lot of fun doing it. I'm not saying it's not a bad way to collect records. It's actually a great way and an exciting way and thrilling way to collect records. But I met Greg at, it was when they used to have record shows on Friday nights. And I went with a Mike Layton and a John Clemente. I think, I don't know if I met John Clemente at the time, but I went to this show in White Plains at this hotel, and he was set up with like 2 boxes of records. It wasn't a lot, and like I said, the first record I bought from him was the Willows, Little Darlin' by the Willows on the Melba label for like $8. I think he charged me that. Of course, those were his duplicates because he was constantly looking to upgrade his records, and I would get his I don't want to call them leftovers because he would upgrade sometimes 3 and 4 times on certain records. And some records, he only found one, and he would tell me, I never found a duplicate of that. Well, you're the only one that has a duplicate. You're the only other copy I found. So he sold me this, and I think he found this not too long ago, but I was shocked that he passed away because he just went on Medicare, and we were talking about retirement and all that because I have to sign up for that in a few months. So he had a phenomenal collection, and I'm talking about like one-of-a-kind items, not only for group harmony, which was his specialty, but also soul records and blues records. I mean, and he would tell me about it. And it was funny because he wasn't keen to the internet for many, many years until he got his cell phone. And then he was able to look on the internet, look for prices, look for all these things. So he would call me on a Sunday night, and I'd go on to eBay, and he'd say to me, can you do me a favor? Can you check and see what Northern Soul Records sold for that day or the week or whatever? So I would call up Northern Soul Records, and I'd sort by highest to lowest. So I'd read them off. I said, Greg, do you have this one? On the such and such label, $4,872. He had it. He goes, no, I need that one. And he knew exactly what he needed. But the funny thing about it was he used to go to all these shows. I mean, he was like a water bug going around the shows, looking at all the records, and he'd be able to thumb through them really, really fast. But he would call me up. He goes, do you need, or he'd say, I'm trying to get this from you, or I'm going to the Texas show, I'm going to the Arbutus show, I'm going down to Alabama. For years and years and years, then we kind of like separated a little bit because I wasn't buying for a certain time. Then I got back into buying. I had all this cash, and I said, well, I'm going to start buying 45's and investing into 45's. So I started to do that, and then he would start offering me records again. And then Spence came into the mix, and then Spence was dealing with all the guys, Kenny Fuchs and Fred Bond and John Tefteller and all these people. So Spence was offering me the records. Then when he passed away, I'm like, now what do I do? And so and Greg was like, well, John, you got a lot of things. I said, well, yeah, well, offer me some of the bigger items. I mean, I have the money, I'll buy them. But you know my limit. But again, I'm going to play a record because he was a great singer too. You know, Greg was an excellent singer, so I have his record that he sang on back, I think, in 1990. But that'll come on a little later. But I'm telling you, I still can't get over it. And it was funny because he would come here, and on these turntables, he would bring records up to me, and I'd play them. I say, no, Greg, I don't want it. And he goes, well, will you take it for half price? You know, we would bargain. And like I said, it's like I thought we were going to see which one of us was going to sell out first. But that's never going to happen. And I had all aspirations of inviting him up here to do a guest spot here on the show. I mean, that would have been great. I would say, Greg, bring your one-of-a-kind items here. The collectors can see it. And we'll play them. You know, my set is pretty nice. I'll put new needles on the turntables here. You can even bring 78s if you want. But again, that's not going to happen. So I don't know what's going to happen to his collection, but he's definitely got records that I need. He's got records that a lot of us need. And I don't know how that's going to come about, but I just hope they're just not, thrown away or they go by the wayside or something crazy happens. But anyway, I just wanted to talk about Greg because, I mean, he really provided me with, and other records coming up he did too, but a lot of rare records in my collection. That's it for my babbling here. I'm sorry, but I had to say that about Greg. But this is for Josue Perez. It's a great girl group sound. These are the Cashmeres from 1958 on Red Top with Mitzi Ross on lead. It's called A Schoolgirl in Love. By request for Josue Perez there, the sound of the Cashmeres. Mitzi Ross on lead. They're out of Philadelphia, PA, 1958. A Schoolgirl in Love. Let's go out to Los Angeles, California with this request for Big Dave Swinger. This is this group, one of Jesse Belvin's myriad of groups that he was part of. The Saxons, that's the name of the group. This one had consisted of Jesse Belvin, Eugene Church, Gaynell Hodge, and Tommy Buster Williams and Johnny Watson. Now, in 1957, they recorded Is It True on the Contender record label. That was George Mottola's Contender record label. But let me see. That was released in June of 1958. By that time, they had already released this song in February of 1958 on Robert Sherman's and Irving Shorten's Tampa record label out of Hollywood, California. I don't know what that says, Charlene. But anyway, it features Tommy Buster Williams on lead. I think you hear Jesse Belvin's a floating tenor on this. But this is going out to Big Dave Swinger, February 58, the Saxons on Tampa. The song is called Tryin'. Johnny G's Tryin'. Do 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 do. That's going out to Big Dave Swinger there, though. That's the sound of the Saxons. The Saxons, it features Tommy Buster Williams on lead, February 1958. Tryin's on the Tampa label. Who said yes there? Dickie Lee is on the Tampa label. So is Nat King Cole, by the way. And there's other group records on the Tampa record label out of California. Let's continue here. Up next, a Rare 45 on the Triple X record label out of New York City. And Ferdy had the wrong date on this. He had January 1960. That's not right. This record came out in April of 1958. I have the stamper. If you check Louis Silvani's Collecting Rare Records, the stamper on that had April 3rd, 1958, but I know nothing about this group. They're called the Emeralds. It's spelled odd, Emerals, from April 1958. It's on Triple X Records. It's called Please Don't Crush My Dreams.
Want a special power to stop the ripple on the stream. You wouldn't want to crush a lovely Darling, please don't crush my dreams. Darling, please don't crush my
April 1958. I forget where I bought that from. Somebody in upstate New York sent me this list, and it was. I was like, where are you getting all these records? And they were really cheap. I didn't pay a lot of money for that record. I think I paid I think he had $3.50 or something on the floor. This is a long time ago. I don't know what this record sells for now. They're called the Emeralds, Emerals, April 1958. It's on the Triple X record label. Please Don't Crush My Dreams is the name of the tune. Anyway, let's continue. Here we are in 1958. Here's another request for listener Josue, listening out in California. This is a rare 45 for this group. They first recorded a song called Eternally on the Caddy label. It actually comes two ways. Comes on Caddy and comes on Dot. And I think on Caddy it comes with like an alternate flip, which I have. Jerry Diaz sold me those two Caddy releases. But the Dot record, the Dot release you can get. It's not that difficult to get the Dot release, but this record is hard to get. Really hard to get. This group out of Los Angeles, California. Now, the lead singer of this group, his name is Charles Wright, and this would be the same Charles Wright that would have hits in the 1970s with his 103rd Street Rhythm Band, things like Do Your Thing in 69, Loveland, and Express Yourself. I think that was like 1970. I'll play those on my soul show on Wednesday night. But before that, he was the lead singer of this group known as the Twilighters. And this is on Charlie Williams' Charlie record label. Now, Billboard, they gave this record a poor rating, and then it just totally disappeared. But maybe that's why it's such a rare record today. I don't know, but it is very rare. It's from November of 58. This is going out to Josue Perez, listening in California. The Twilighters on Charlie with Charles Wright on lead. It's called Let There Be Love. I want to do that with this record.
Let there be love, love, darling, let there be, 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 let there be love, let there be you. Darling, let there be, let there be, let there be, let there be, let there be you. I tried so hard to win your heart, to always be together, and
Regards going out to Josue Perez listening in California, the Twilighters there. Charles Wright on lead, November 1958 on the Charlie record label. Song entitled Let There Be Love. Let Johnny G continue here. Forgot to say hello to the Oldies and More Radio Network tuned into the stream of the Vinyl Treasure Show. Welcome, Johnny G here on Saturdays from 9 to midnight. We are in overtime, though, when we join Oldies and More Radio. And last week I played a request for Adrian Viterbo listening in Mexico. He requested this 45 on Donald Shaw's Neptune record label out of Newark, New Jersey, a girl group called the Del Rios. And the song was called I'm Crying. It was Daniel Kubacki that requested the flip side of the 45, and it was this side also written by the lead singer. Her name is Joanne Garland. This is for this one going out to Daniel Kubacki, September 1959, the Del Rios on Neptune. It's called Wait, Wait, Wait. Girl group sounds here on the Vinyl Treasure Show. That one there by request for Daniel Kubacki, the Del Rios September 59 release on Donald Shaw's Neptune record label. It features a Joanne Garland on lead. She also wrote the tune. Song is called Wait, Wait, Wait. I'm still looking for her other release on the Earth label, Joanne and the Del Rios. I need that 45. Now, the last time I spoke with Greg about that, he goes, oh, Johnny, that record goes for about $1,000 now. I says, really? I had a chance to get that thing for like $400 and I didn't get it. But I got a quick story to tell you about Donald Shaw. So Greg tells me he's got to go to Newark, New Jersey to pick up a record. He asked me, he goes, do you know the endorsers on Moon? And I said, well, yeah, I do. That's like top on my want list. That was the next record after Bohemian Daddy that I wanted to purchase. He says, well, I got a lead from Val to go to meet the owner of the label, but he wants a bank check, and I have to take him to the bank to cash it down in Newark, New Jersey. So Greg actually went to the home of Donald Shaw to pick him up, and they went to a McDonald's, and he had this like backpack on with these 45s in the backpack. So he takes them out of and they're copies of the El Palos. There's a copy of that Glenda Green, I think, on Neptune. There's a couple Baby Washingtons, but there's multiple copies. There's like a white promo copy of the El Palos record, Why Treat Me This Way, and when he took it out of his backpack, he was like sitting on it, and the guy and Greg goes, "Oh, these are cracked around the label," and he's going, "Oh my God, I hope the Endorsers on Moon is not," because that was Donald Shaw's label also. So thank goodness it wasn't cracked, but he was afraid being down in Newark, New Jersey, with all that, with that check, and then to take him to the bank and then to drop him off home. It was, I'm telling you, what Greg did to go get these records. We're going to dedicate this whole show to Greg Surik. We will. We're going to hear from him singing soon anyway. But anyway, let's continue. Here we are in 1959. Let's go to Philadelphia. This is a request for Frank Cassie, who's got to head off to bed. He's already up too late. I'm sorry I kept you up, Frank, but this is a 45 on Hal Norton and William Goldstein's Norgold record label out of Philadelphia. This group was named after, I don't know how popular they were, but a popular shoe style in the late 1950s. Did anybody out there own a pair of Daytons? I don't know. What do they look like anyway? Did they have a size 14? Because Johnny G's got a big foot. Maybe I'll put on a Dayton's. But anyway, this is from 1959. The group is called the Daytons. It's on the Norgold record label. It features Salome Bay on lead. This is for Frank Cassie, his last song of the night. It's called King of Broken Hearts. This is for Frank Cassie. By request for Frank Cassie in our YouTube chat room from 1959, the Daytons on the Norgold record label, King of Broken Hearts. Salome Bay on lead for that one. Let's stay in 1959 with a request for Tom Shaughnessy. Tom, I heard your name on I heard your name on the Time Capsule the show there. I heard him say your name. His group is from the Bay Ridge section of Brooklyn. They have this one release on Frank Carey's Sultan record label out of New York City. The tune written by the lead singer. His name is Edward Jeremy. Charlene, is that a Jeremy? I can't read it there. Or Jerhamy. I can't tell, Shirley. But anyway, this is from 1959. These are the inspirations on the Sultan label for Tom Shaughnessy watching Johnny G on his 50-inch screen ITV. It's called The Genie for Tom.
Oh, light night a lamp, and he rubbed it each day. I'll pop the genie, and this is what he'd say. I am the genie of the lamp. Boom, boom, boom. Genie, 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 tell me more. Genie, 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 tell me more. Who is the fairest in the land? Whose kisses would make you feel grand? Who is the one who would always be true? Ooh, genie, tell me who. Genie, 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 tell me who. Genie, 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 tell me who. When I find her, will she be this way? Tender and loving every day. Does such a girl as this exist? Tell me, genie, is she in your midst? I can bring you riches from all the world. I can tell you who is the fairest girl. To win her love is up to you. That is something that I can do. Oh, will I find her near or far, at the end of a rainbow or under a star? Is she the one that I'll adore? Tell me, genie, tell me more. Genie, 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 tell me more. Genie, 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 tell me more. Genie, genie,
That's correct. That's how you say his name. There you go. That's for Tom Shaughnessy. The inspirations there. A group from Brooklyn, New York, 1959 on the Sultan label. Features, Edward Jerhamy, Jehamy. That supposedly comes with a picture sleeve, which I think I have, by the way. I think I have another copy of that record, 2 copies of that 45. Jack needs his head examined. Let's continue here. Here's a request, Angelo, for your older brother. Nat Papagallo, listening in Naples, Florida. We go back to Philadelphia, PA. Last week I featured the B-side to their first release. Gordy Freeman requested Moon Glow, the flip side of Trickle Trickle. Here is their other great record on, this is on the Casino record label. This label, I guess it was distributed by George Gollner, we'll say. But, wait a minute. I should say Casino Records. They're not out of Philly. This group is out of Queens. It's a 2-sided 45 on the Casino label, which was originally out of Philly. That's what she has here. But was sold to George Gollner. And the group is from Queens, New York. They had 2 releases on the label. Last week we heard the B-side to their hit Trickle Trickle. That was for Gordy Freeman. It was called Moonglow from July 1958. They followed it up with this release in early 1959, a song called Shooby Dooby Wah Cha Cha Cha. But Nat requested the B-side, which is a killer ballad. It features Ronald Cussey on lead, the second of 2 for the videos on Casino from January 59. It's called Love or Infatuation for Nat.
What makes my head go round in circles? What makes me hang my
head and cry. Is it love or infatuation? What makes me feel the way I do? Why must I always try to hide it? What makes me hang my head and cry? Is it love or infatuation? What makes me feel the way I do? I go around in a daze all day, not knowing just what to do. When all at once the moon came out, it's simply because I love you. Why must I always try to hide it? What makes me hang my head and cry? Is it love or infatuation? What makes me feel the way I do? What makes me feel the way I do?
Excellent ballad there by request for Nat Papagallo. That's Ronald Cussey and the Videos, January 1959 on Casino Records. Love or Infatuation? It's definitely love for Johnny G spinning these 45s. We are in Vinyltreasure Overtime, broadcasting simultaneously on Oldies and More Radio, also live on the YouTube stream. If you're new to the program, just waking up like MG did in Germany, tuning into the program, please subscribe to receive notifications if you click the bell when Johnny G is on. Let's move into 1960 now. Last week I played a request for Rick in Philly on Frank Pappalardo's Casa Grande record label. It was by a group called The Blends. And the song was called Someone to Care, a great ballad. Featured Big John Croft on lead. The group is out of Brockton, Massachusetts. Now, very popular in that area. It's their first, let's flip it over. Let's give a listen to the A-side. Actually, was requested by listener Daryl Letts in our YouTube chat room, as I bought this from Mike Michelle for $3 or $4 he had on this record from August 1960. This is for Daryl Letts, The Blends, with Big John Croft on lead on Casa Grande Records. It's called Now It's Your Turn.
Now it's your turn to love me forevermore. I love you, baby, until the day I die. I love you, baby, since you were sweet 16. Now it's your turn to be my teen queen. I love you, baby, until the day I die.
As Big John Croft on lead, and the blends by request for Darrell Letts, August 1960 release on Casa Grande Records. Now It's Your Turn is the name of the tune. We'll send that one out to Jimmy Amato, also in the YouTube chat room. I have a Johnny and the Jokers coming up for you, Jimmy. Stay tuned for that. And up next, actually, this is, I want to dedicate this show to the late Greg Surik. And I guess he probably passed away sometime between Monday and Tuesday morning. He was 65 years old. He was a good friend of mine. He will be missed, as he left me with a lot of records in my collection, but he also had an excellent voice. And he sang lead on this release that Ronnie I put out on his Clifton record label. He was a member of the 60's, and he recorded this, I think it was 1990, but after this, he kind of stopped singing because I think he had to go for surgery because he had polyps that developed on his vocal cords, and he was getting nervous about it. But he ended up joining a band because he used to play with them at the Whiskey Cafe. I forget the name of it, but he would tell me about it. But he did, and it's amazing because the video is up on YouTube. You can check it out. I think they were performing at a UGHA show in 1993, and he looked really young in that picture there. But this is Greg doing lead on this record here, this song. It's a cover of a Five Keys tune they did in 1956 on the Capitol label. And this is very appropriate to what happened to, I guess, we can, it's kind of a fickle thing of fate, I guess you can call it here. But this is Greg Surik on lead. The other members of this group were Courtney Bailey, Joe Grimaldi, Will Vasson, and Ray Murphy. And then Greg was doing the lead on this one from 1990, the Ecstasies, on Clifton Music with their rendition of the tune Out of Sight, Out of Mind. This is Greg on lead.
Out of sight, out of mind. So the story goes. You forgot I exist. My broken heart knows. Out of sight, out of mind. You found someone new, but I can't change my love the way that you do. I sit around wondering about your new affair. I should forget to remember, and remember not to care. I'll forget if I could, but my heart is blind. You are gone out of sight, but not out of my mind. Out of sight, but not out of my
mind. That's a 1990 release. Greg Surik on lead with the Ecstasies, Ecstasies. That's on the Clifton record label, Out of Sight, Out of Mind. And they performed that live at a Ronnie I UGHA show. And he had all the moves, really, he did. And that was pretty good for that. He really sounded good, Greg did. I mean, he has a little bit of a lisp, but you know what? You can't tell from that. And is just still, it still is shocking to me. It really is. But anyway, I dedicate that to the late Greg Surik. We continue here on Vinyl Treasure Show. Speaking of Greg, he sold me this next record. He did, and it's a request for listener Emnon. I'm sure many of you are familiar with a song called Cherry Pie, as recorded by Marvin and Johnny on the Modern record label back in 1954. But did you know that there were a number of duos? Did you know that the same duo recorded an answer to Cherry Pie? That's what I meant to say. And did you know there was only one Marvin? His name was Marvin Phillips, but there were 8 different Johnnies. Now, the Johnny on this release is Bobby Sheen, and this record would be re-released 2 years later out on the Swingin' record label. I showed you that label, but this is the first press. Came out on a West Coast label called Firefly Records, and Greg sold me this record from July 1960. This is going out to Emnon, Marvin and Johnny on Firefly. It's called Second Helping of Cherry Pie for Emnon.
Want some more cherry pie? I want some more cherry pie. Give me a second helping of cherry pie. Peaches, sugar and cream. Helping a cherry pie. Oh, like Jack B. Quick, I'll jump over the stick to get some cherry pie. Oh yeah. And when little boy Blue comes and blows his horn, all the cherry pie will be gone. Yes, I do. I won't save none for you. But give me a second helping of cherry pie. Oh, like Jack B. Quick, I'll jump over the stick to get some more cherry pie. And when little boy Blue comes and blows his horn, all the cherry pie will be gone. I like it, yes I do. I won't save none for you. But give me a second helping of cherry pie. A second helping of cherry pie. A second helping of cherry pie.
Yeah, it's going out to listener Amnon there. That's July 1960. That's a Marvin and Johnny. Marvin and Johnny with their answer to Cherry Pie. It's called Second Helping of Cherry Pie. That one there on the Firefly record label. You can get it also on Swingin' Records. We are in 1960. Here's a request for Rick in Philly. This group is from Branford, Connecticut. They had 2 overall releases. First in 1956 on the Franwell label. Then this release on the Ron Chris label. Ron Chris owned by Dominic Rondina and Jimmy Chris, a label out of West Haven, Connecticut, and features Dick Arnold on lead. This is going out to Rick in Philly, October 1960, The Ballads on the Ron Chris label. It's called Somehow.
I'll find someone whose love is true, and somehow I'll find someone who's lovely too. Then I'll know how it feels to be loved, how it feels to be wanted by someone who cares. Someday there'll be arms waiting just for mine. And yes, for a thrill that is new. Come true.
As by request for Rick in Philly in our YouTube chat room, that was the number 10 record on WNHC. If you were listening in New Haven, Connecticut, those are the Ballads with Dick Arnold on lead from October 1960. It's called Somehow. It's on the Ron Chris record label. Now, in 64, he would join the Five Satins, and he sang lead on their release on the Sammy label called No One Knows. Johnny G continuing here in Vinyl Treasure Overtime. Now, last week, I played a request for Gordy Freeman. He requested the Flamingos on George Goldner's N record label, their 11th of 16th, called When I Fall in Love. That one there featured Terry Johnson on lead. Was Darrell Letts and Jimmy Amato asked to hear the flip side. Again, it has Terry Johnson on lead. This is actually a cover tune. This song was originally done by the Swallows back in 1952 on the King record label. Let's go to September of 1960. This is for Jimmy Amato and Darrell Letts. The sound of the Flamingos with Terry Johnson on lead on George Goldner's N record label, and their rendition of the tune Beside You.
beside you. That's where I want to be forever. I am like a soul lost in a river, searching for a helping hand. I love you. I guess, my dear, that's why I need you. Don't leave me bewildered, sad and blue. Make all my dreams come true. Each night as I sleep, I see no one but you. My dear, if I bore you, you'll find somebody new, Lord. I wish you joy, but if you find your love is done and blue, you'll always know there is room, my dear, here in my heart for you. My darling, beside you, my darling, that's where I want to be forever.
B-sides here on the Vinyl Treasure Show. That's the flip side to When I Fall in Love, a song called Beside You there. Terry Johnson and the Flamingos, September 1960. George Gallner's End record label for that one. One more 45 in 1960. This is a request for listener Joe Shacatano. Actually, Joe, Daniel Kubacki requested this sometime last year, maybe, the beginning of the year. I didn't have the 45, but then I found a copy of it. I didn't pay a lot of money for it, but it's the debut single for this group on Bob Crew and Frank Slay's XYZ record label. And they would have, I think, two other releases, one on Swan and one on the Phillips label, but this is on the XYZ label from July 1960. So we'll send it out to Joe Shacatana, and also we'll send it out to Daniel Kubacki. Ace Kennedy and the Candies is the name of the group. XYZ Records. It's called Arms Around You.
Will you let me? Will you let me put my arms around you? Will you let me put my arms around you? Let me show you my heart. Will you let me put my arms around you? Say that we'll never part. You may feel that I love you. You may feel that I care. Will you let me put my arms around you?
you go. That's for Joe Shacatano and Daniel Kubacki. Ace Kennedy and the Candies, their debut single from July 1960. XYZ Records' Arms Around You is the name of the tune. Let's move into 1961. We head back to Philadelphia, PA with a request for Butch Ford. And this group's debut single came out in 1956 on the G&M record label. It was called Magic Kiss, which would be picked up by Epic. Actually, they re-recorded it for the Epic record label. But this is their final release. On Norman Smith's, on the Riff record label. It features Norman Smith on lead. This is a record that Greg sold me. Greg sold me this 45 from 1961, going out to Butch Ford. The Keystoners on Riff. It's called Sleep and Dream.
Oh, darling, last night, I had a dream of you, and such a wonderful dream, just me too, that I didn't want you awake. Oh, no, no, darling, no, it's could only sleep on and have no place to wake and find no more will I wake to see the fly. Could only sleep and dream in the morning. When I'm wide awake, I close my eyes tight up and pray that they don't break through my dream. This is what I've always missed. So when I take you in my arms and look into your eyes, and then you tell me, darling, that you're ready to be kissed. Say the night, wake my heart up filled with sorrow, for I know it'll be the same tomorrow. But one day I know it'll all come true, and I'll sleep forever and only dream of you in the morning. When I'm about to wake, I close my eyes tight up and pray the day don't break through my dreams. This is what I've always missed. That when I take you in my arms and look into your eyes, and then you tell me, darling, that you're ready to be kissed. Say the night, wake my heart all filled with sorrow, for I know it'll be the same tomorrow. But one day I know it'll all come true, and I'll sleep forever and only dream of you. Dun, 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 dun,
That's going out to listener Butch Ford, listening in Hawaii there. The sound of the Keystoners, that's their final release that came out on the Riff label. Norman Smith, the lead singer on that, 1961, Sleep and Dream. Remember, folks, if you're going to go to bed right after Johnny G's show, you got to turn your clock forward, and sleep and dream of these 45's. Yes, we continue here, and here's a request for Rick in Philly. This group, or this singer, is out of Pittsburgh, Pennsylvania. His real name is Bernard Dupree. First recorded for the Bevmar record label. This is his second release on Morris Levy's Roulette record label. And wait a minute, Charlene. This is from September 1961. His name is Cletus Marlin. I have him on Bevmar and other labels. Geneva, is the other label. Terry and Geneva Records. But later on, this is an early release, September 1961. Cletus Marlin. This is with Jimmy Interval and his Nightcaps. It's got to be the instrumentation group. This is for Rick in Philly. I like this tune from September 61 on Roulette. It's called I'll Take Care of You.
Give me your heart, give me your soul, give me your love to have and to hold. I'll take care, my love, of you.
don't have to worry when clouds look so gray. I'm gonna be with you both the night and day. I'll take care, my love of you. We wanna care what our friends may say, and we won't care what they may do, for there'll be no one but only you and me, and we're gonna love and love until the day that we die. Come on close to me, that's right, I want you to hold my hand. I want you to say that you care and that you do understand. I'll take care, my love of you.
That's for Rick and Philly, September 61. Cletus Marlin's his name. Morris Levy's Roulette record label, I'll Take Care of You, is the name of the tune. We are in 61 now. Last week, I played a request for Kenny Mack. He requested the 5 Discs, a great group out of Brooklyn, New York, featured their release on the Callow record label called Adios, and it was Darrell Letts and Joel Chandler, and I'm also going to send this one out to Chuck Mitchell, because I think, Chuck, you said you liked the 5 discs. So let's flip that 45 over. Adios from 1961. Give a listen to the flip side. These are the 5 discs with John Carbone on lead. This is on the Callow label. It's called My Baby Loves Me.
Oh, what do you know?
I know my baby loves me so.
And how do you know?
Because my baby told me so.
And what did she say?
She said she loves me and she'll never let me go.
And what will you do?
We'll be married in 2 years or 3.
And how will it be?
We'll be happy for eternity.
Yes, I know.
Told me so.
And what did she say?
She said she loves me and she'll never let me go.
Oh,
Yes, I know. My baby loves me so. And that you'll never let me go. Yes, my baby, she's gone.
The great 5 discs there with, I guess that's the B-side there. I guess My Baby Loves Me. That's going out to Darrell Letts. We'll send it out to Joel Chandler, and we'll send it out to Chuck Mitchell in our YouTube chat room. 1961 on Callow. My Baby Loves Me is the name of the tune. Let's go out to Los Angeles, California for this duo. It's a request for listener Amnon. They were twin brothers. They were Bobby and Kenneth Sims. First recording for Sam Cooke's SAR record label beginning in 1961. This is their second release on Sims, a tune written by Jericho Brown and Sam Cooke, arranged by Renee Hall. This is from January 62. This is for Amnon, the Sims twins, on SAR Records, Sam Cooke's SAR record label. It's called The Smile.
What is your name, little girl? I wish that I knew you. You're standing across the room and I'm afraid to speak to you. What if I never meet you? I never forget the smile that melts my heart away. I pray, oh yes I pray, dear, someday I will hold you. You know how much I love you by the thing I do for you. But if I never meet you, I never forget the smile that melts my heart away. If I only knew your name, I'll say it all day long. I'll sing it over and over and over and over as if it were a song. What is your name, little girl? I wish that I knew you. Why don't somebody come and introduce me to you? But if I never meet you, I never forget the smile that melts my heart away. But if I never meet you, I never forget the smile that melts my heart away.
That's going out to listener Amnon there, the second release on the SAR label for the Sims twins, January 62, a song entitled The Smile. And hopefully Johnny G giving you a smile here. We are in a little bit of overtime here. We're going to continue with a few more releases here for this group. Here's a group from New York City. This is a request for listener Jimmy Amato. This group first recorded on the Harvard label in 1959, and this was their next release, came out on Belltone Records, a tune written by Alfred Gatewood, produced by Alfred Gatewood and Janet Dixon. Now it features Johnny Power Del Pizzio, is that how you do it? Say it, Charlene, on lead. Now supposedly, he also owned the Rome label with Trade Martin. That's interesting. But the group is called Johnny and the Jokers. It's from October 62. This is on Belltone Records. This is for Jimmy Amato. The song is called I Know.
I know, oh yes, I know that you
That's for Jimmy Amato in our YouTube chat room. Nice tune there by Johnny and the Jokers with Johnny Power Del. Now Charlene says it's Pizzoli. There you go. But you don't have the I there. You have Pizzol. Anyways, October 62 on Belltone, a song called I Know. And a few more 45s to go here. Who likes the teen sound? I think Ron Balboni. I think you like the teen tunes here. Daryl requested this flip side. I played a side last week called Along Came Susie for Andre of Popcorn Oldies. He requested that tune. He thanked me for it. Came out on Morty Craft record label. It was by Donnie Marchan. And we're going to flip it over here, give a listen to the flip side, which also came out on the Trans Atlas label, which was also owned by Morty Craft. It's December 62, and it's a request for Daryl Letts, and also send it out to Rob in our YouTube chat room. Donnie Marchand on Craft Records. It's called Round in Circles.
Round in circles, round in circles, round in circles I do go. Round in circles, round in circles, round in circles I do go. I know that you're gone, but somehow I still love you. The days linger on, and I can't do it without you. Round in circles I do go. Oh, my darling, I must know. Tell me, where are you? I look everywhere. I've got so much to say, dear. Why can't you be fair and stop running away, dear? Please stop playing hard to get. Silly games won't help forget all that we've been through. Your picture on the wall keeps smiling through it all. Tells me not to give up now. So here I go again. I hope for the last time I'll find you again. Maybe this is the right time. Oh, round in circles I just go. Oh, my darling, I must know. Tell me, where are you? Yeah, let's twist. Your picture on the wall keeps smiling through it all. Tells me not to give up now. So here I go again. I hope for the last time I'll find you again. Maybe this is the right time. Oh, round in circles I do go. Oh, my darling, I must know. Tell me, where are you?
As Donnie Marchand, December 1962. That's for Daryl Letts. We'll send it out to Rob Balboni in our YouTube chat room. Round in Circles, featured it on the Craft label. I have it on the Trans Atlas label too. 3 more 45s to go before we got to get out of here. Let's go back out to Los Angeles, California for requests for Nat Papagallo. This group first recorded as the Senders in 1959. They also recorded as the Swallows / Guides on Guidin'. And then this group called the Uptones. They did 2 releases on the Loot record label. This tune written by Pat Vegas of Pat and Lolly Vegas fame. This was a number 60 record on WIBG in Philadelphia, PA. It features Carlton Beck on lead. I love this tune, Nat. Thanks for requesting this. December 62, the Uptones on the Loot label. The song is called Be Mine. This is for Nat.
Be mine.
I'm begging you, please be mine. Be mine for the rest of my life. I can't help the way I feel inside. I'm begging you, please be mine. And oh, my life, I've been so alone. No one to call my own. So if by chance you should change your mind, you make my mind go wild. Be mine for the rest of my life. I can't help the way I feel inside. I'm begging you, please be mine. Please be mine. Please be mine, honey. Come on and please be mine. And oh, yeah, please be mine. Please, begging you to be mine.
Out of Los Angeles, California, that's for Nat Papagallo, the Uptones, Carlton Beck. Carlton Beck on lead, the Uptones, their second release on the Loot label, December 62. Be Mine is the name of that tune. Two more 45's to go. Johnny G's got to get out of here. We go back to Philadelphia for Kenny Mack. Kenny Mack, are you still awake? Or did you go to bed? You had to put the clock ahead. And it's not time yet. It's going to be time soon anyway. This group out of Philadelphia, you know their biggest hit, a song called When We Get Married, came out on the Heritage record label. But they recorded a bunch of cool tunes. Here's one they did on the Swan label, tune co-written by Joe Renzetti and Jerry Ross. This also came out on the Casino label. This charted number 20 on WAMS in Wilmington, Delaware. This is for Kenny Mack, December 1963. The Dream Lovers on the Swan label. It's called Amazons and Coyotes for Kenny.
Love that girl, love her. Amazon girl, love those girls, love those Amazon girls. Everybody dance, but they wouldn't stop at the record high. I start dancing with my Amazon Shirley. All the coyotes get there early. We dance and dance while the record's played. We're gonna rock the night to the sounds they're playing. Stomping monkeys at the record hop. I hope the Shirley would never stop. It's an Amazon's choice, the DJ shouted. All of a sudden the floor was crowded. I thought the record would never end when I saw her dancing with my best friend. Hey!
That's going out to Kenny Mack. Kenny Mack, the sound of the Dream Lovers there. From December 1963, that's on the Swan record label, Amazons and Coyotes. Got to watch out about these coyotes. We got coyotes around here, too. You know, we got to watch out for that. That's going to do it for Johnny G and the Vinyl Treasure Show. I want to thank you for joining Johnny G, listening to these cool 45s out of my collection. Did a lot of overtime tonight. Oh, my goodness. It's already 1:21. We're on here for 4 hours and 19 minutes. Got another 2-minute record to go. But thank you all for tuning in tonight, and thank you all for your requests. Getting a lot of requests here, which is actually pretty cool. So thank you all for being a part of the show. And I'll be back next Saturday night, beginning at 9 p.m. right here on YouTube. Also, Oldies and More Radio will be on here. We did over an hour and a half on Oldies and More Radio. So there you go. But thank you for tuning in, and I will see some of you, I guess, on Wednesday night. I do a show on Wednesday evenings. It's my all 60s show, but I feature soul music on that show. So if you like soul 45s, you want to tune into that show. But thank you all for tuning in. If you want to send me an email, send me your requests at vinyltreasures@aol.com. If you missed any of the show, it'll be up momentarily on YouTube. Also, you can go to my website. If the show for some reason doesn't post because of copyright police arresting Johnny G, well, you can go to vinyltreasures.net. If you go to the bottom of that page, there is a link to a page that has all my shows where you can download them. You can either stream them or you can download them to your computer, and you can save. You can listen to them in the car or whatever you'd like to do. But again, you always have it on YouTube. But sometimes the YouTube police, they're out to get Johnny G. But anyway, that's going to do it for tonight. We got a closer for Timothy. Where is Timothy? He requested this group from Brooklyn, New York. Last week I played their song, My True Story. I played that for you. I played that. What did you say that he wanted to play, Charlene? Yeah, I played My True Story for Angelo last week, but I played that last week. But they recorded for Belltone Records. But this is actually a song that was not released until the 70s. They recorded this in 1974. It featured a tune written by Eugene Pitt. This song was actually released prior to this on the, I'm looking for this here, April 62 by a group called the Corvairs on the Leopard record label. I guess they heard that the Jive 5 recorded it, so they put it out first. But this was recorded in February 53 but released in 1974, and this is by request for Timothy. It features Eugene Pitt on lead. Let's give a listen to the closer tonight, the Jive 5 on Belltone. It's called The Girl with the Wind in Her Hair. Well, this is going to be Johnny G going downstairs to lay down to go to bed and turn the clock forward. That's going to do it, folks. Thank you all for tuning in. Thank you, Charlene, again for all your help. Want everybody to have a safe and happy week. I'll see you next time right here on the Vinyl Treasure Show with Johnny G. Don't forget to subscribe, and please give me a thumbs up. Very important for you to do that. Just want to say, everybody, so long.
The girl with the wind in her hair, her love will always be beyond compare. I love her, I love her, I love her, I love her so. The girl with the wind in her hair, she leaves me all alone with nothing but care. Why did she